This behemoth aircraft has a fuel capacity of 212,000 pounds of fuel, or about 31,000 gallons, in which it can carry over 7,000 miles unrefueled. With a 65,000-pound cargo capacity on board, the KC-46 can accommodate a combination of up to 144 passengers, 58 patients for aeromedical evacuation, or up to 18 pallets of cargo. Boasting a wingspan of 156 feet 1 inch, she can reach weights of 415,000 pounds. It is equipped with two Pratt & Whitney turbofan engines. They produce about 62,000 pounds of thrust each. It can carry the Pegasus to top speeds of 570 miles an hour and upwards of some 40,000 feet. Setting the KC-46 apart from its other legacy tankers is it's armed with data links and an advanced battle management system connecting the multi-domain warfighter, providing tactical situational awareness and real-time information superiority. Unlike conventional tankers, like the KC-135 Stratotanker and the now retired KC-10 Extender, it was previously where boom operators would lay on his or her stomach in a pod located at the rear of the aircraft and actually fly using a series of hand controls that boom into the receiving portion of the receiver aircraft. Today, the KC-46 is equipped with what's known as a remote vision system, or RVS, allowing boom operators to perform refueling from a console screen located inside the aircraft. Its fly-by-wire boom design delivers up to 1,200 gallons of gas per minute. And aside from the U.S. Air Force, Japan serves as the first and only international customer of the aircraft, with interest gaining from additional allies. From the right, Major Soa, Major Hochler, and Major Schaefer are going to execute an overhead maneuver. Listen to the unique sound the aircraft makes as it begins to slow as they bank the aircraft to some 45 degrees. Major Soa, Major Hochler, and Major Schaefer are now slowing the Pegasus to prepare for a final approach to full stop landing. With a full crew brief alongside Technical Sergeant Wilson and Staff Sergeant Scarborough, they prepare the aircraft for landing. Picking up the proper sight picture, the crew establishes a 180-degree downwind leg of the landing pattern as they prepare for the base leg 90 degrees from final approach. Once established, the aircraft will approach at its final approach speed of approximately 140 knots, or about 160 miles an hour. Watch behind us as the landing gear and the flaps extend as they approach from the right. of the maneuvers that you have seen here today are examples of those flown by our operational air crews on a regular basis. They provide highly responsive and flexible air refueling capability for America. They hope you've enjoyed today's performance. Please like and follow the team on Facebook and on Instagram, and be sure to tag your post at KC46 Demo Team. This concludes today's demonstration, and on behalf of the men and women of the United States Air Force, Air Education and Training Command, and Altus Air Force Base in Oklahoma, they thank you for being with us today and hope you've enjoyed this brief look at the KC-46A Pegasus, America's newest aero refueler, which will continue to provide rapid global mobility for America today, tomorrow, and well into the 21st century. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show, let's give it up for the KC-46 Pegasus. Well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, as our aerial action continues here at Aviation Nation 2025, it is time that we prepare to launch members of our combined arms demonstration. They are on the takeoff roll now. First to the perch, the F-16 Fighting Falcons, better known as the Vipers of the 64th Aggressor Squadron. Followed by the F-16 Fighting Falcons and the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron. The newest fifth-generation stealth fighter for the U.S. Air Force, the F-35A Lightning IIs. Also from the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron, the F-15E Strike Eagles. Aircraft will be joined by that of the HH-60 Pavehawk helicopters, the Jollies, from the 88th Test and Evaluation Squadron, as they now lift from the Jolly pad located to our left. Also on the takeoff roll, the A-10 Thunderbolt IIs, better known as the Warthogs. As our aircraft now make their way to their designated holding points, our combined arms demonstration will take place in a couple of minutes from now. Right now, as we get our CAD players up to altitude, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the rest of our day and what's coming up next here on the flying display here at our Saturday edition of Aviation Nation 2025. In just a few moments, we're going to be welcoming to our show Stephen Covington, flying a monster biplane that you will certainly want to see up close and personal as he tears up the sky for us. We'll get the chance to see our combined air power demonstration. That'll be kicking off at about 1:15 here this afternoon before we turn things over to Bill Stein in the Zivco Edge 540. Following that, at 2:10, we'll see the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptor demonstration team and our U.S. Air Force Heritage Flight.
I was freaking out because I had no idea how to do interviews or anything of the sort, never been mic'd up or on camera, and that was sort of my welcoming experience to the Thunderbirds. I was like, wow, this is kind of crazy, you know?
So for the Netflix documentary, it was an incredible opportunity for us, and it was really cool to see the behind the scenes of how that stuff happens and the storytelling behind it. How do you capture the emotion and pull the audience into this?
It was actually interesting but scary at the same time because I didn't really know what I signed myself up for, and they kind of, all of a sudden like, hey, we're gonna put a mic on you, and I started freaking out. I could feel my heart beating out my chest. If I mess up, it's gonna be on camera forever.
I think that people, when they watch the Thunderbirds documentary, will get a deeper insight on what we do as a team and what the Air Force does as a whole, and I hope that they see that the mission is very awing and inspiring, but there's a lot more that goes behind the scenes that people don't see, and a lot of people can fit into any of the roles that we on the Air Force or in the Thunderbirds have.
I'm just a normal person, and there's cameras following you around for a documentary on what your team does on a day-to-day basis and how grueling and hardworking we are, and it's just, I'm just a normal person, and there's a camera following me around. It's kind of cool. Like, it makes you feel, not in a sense important, but someone's going to be able to see like the fruits of your labor as well, not just you. So I thought that was pretty neat.
I hope they'll see a couple different things. One, just being, an inside scoop. What is it to be a Thunderbird? What is it that we actually do? In addition to seeing just the people behind the elite team and seeing maybe themselves in one of those personas that they recognize in the documentary, and ultimately inspiring them to be like, hey, I can do that. That person is from my hometown. I'm interested in building things, or, I want to be a public affairs officer, or I want to be a pilot. And, there's some connection that they make with somebody in the story on the documentary that they're like, yeah, like, I'm going to give it a shot.
We're normal people. We just do a pretty cool job.
We're not special. We are in any regard. We are just a group of people that really want to make this the best.
When you are able to work together as a team and you are able to help each other achieve a goal, you can absolutely make the unimaginable happen.
There's more to just the 6 jets that you see flying in the air. There are 130 people that put a lot of time and effort into making those 6 jets form that delta. It is a total team effort.
It's also the folks in the background, the maintainers, the public affairs technicians, and our administrative technicians who make everything also work in the background. I hope that when people watch the Netflix documentary that they take away, it takes 130 men and women to make this operation happen.
I'm excited to see it.
Super excited to see that documentary on Netflix. What a great look behind the scenes. I mean, so many people to get these aircraft in the air. They have never missed a demonstration because of maintenance issues.
That's absolutely incredible when you stop to think about it. So Air Force Elite Thunderbirds only on Netflix on May 23rd. So super excited to tune in and see that. And if you are just tuning into our show here at Aviation Nation 2025, we've got Stephen Covington taking off right now in his Pitts S2S. We just saw the combined arms demo launch a few minutes ago.
That's going to be cool.
That's going to be cool. That's coming up here in just a few minutes. And then you can see Thunderbirds, the live show this afternoon.
We saw the KC-46 earlier, the F-22. What a cool multi-role fighter, air-to-air, air-to-ground. I mean, just so much to see here at the Nellis Air Force Base Flight Line. But I hear we have another special guest.
Absolutely. So when you talk about Nellis Air Force Base, you got to talk about Las Vegas, Nevada. I've been told it's Nevada, so we're going to go with that. But you might not know that right up the road here in Indian Springs is another Air Force base, Creech Air Force Base. And right now, we're happy to be joined by Colonel Nicholas Peterson. He is the commander of the 432nd Wing out there at Creech Air Force Base. Sir, thank you so much for stopping by.
Happy to be here. What a beautiful day for an air show. It's great to see our amazing aircraft being displayed by some really, really highly proficient aircrew.
Absolutely. Tell us, maybe for somebody that doesn't know, never heard of Creech, what is it that you guys do up there?
Yeah, so Creech is the home of the remotely piloted aircraft. So the MQ-9 is our primary aircraft. And so whereas Nellis is primarily a test and training base, and they're doing some cutting-edge tactics development and refinement, for us, we're an operational base. So our crews are flying 24/7, 365 all around the globe every single day. So while this beautiful air show is going on right now, I've got crews up the road in Indian Springs that are flying missions all over the world. So with remotely piloted aircraft, that's an MQ-9 where the aircraft's someplace else, but we control them from here in the continental United States.
And when you talk about readiness and lethality, what you guys do every single day contributes to peace through strength. And it's really an amazing operation out there.
No, it really is. And so readiness and lethality is kind of our bread and butter because we are literally doing it every single day. Whereas other units have the AFRGEN cycle, we're pretty much committed at all the time. And so every single day, all around the world, we are flying MQ-9s in defense of this great nation.
And we've got an MQ-9 just right over here for people to stop by and check out. And I hear you guys also brought a simulator a little bit further down the ramp that people can stop by and actually test to see if they could fly an MQ.
My track record, just for public edification, is not very good in the simulator. It's not.
No, so we were able to bring a static aircraft down here. We've got some of our air crew standing in front of that and talking to the public about the capabilities of the aircraft. But then our maintainers brought one of the simulators down as well. So in both situations, you're able to talk to actual airmen that are either maintaining the aircraft or who actually fly it. So it's a great opportunity to kind of showcase what we do because kind of like you said, we're kind of like a hidden gem just up the road in Indian Springs.
And I was shocked talking to your public affairs officer, Captain Wade. He kind of gave us the expanse of your operation. It's not small out there. You have a lot of people.
No, we're a little over 4,000 airmen at the base and in the wing. And so, like I said, a 24/7, 365 operation means I've got crews that are right now flying. Right now, there's more crews that just got off shift and some that are resting because they're going to be flying this afternoon and into this evening. It doesn't matter if it's a weekend or a holiday. We are flying MQ-9s in support of the nation.
It's really a 24/7 job up there at Creech. Tell us a little bit about what it takes to kind of keep the MQ-9s in the air. Being remotely piloted, what does that mean?
Yeah, so the one thing I'd always try to clear up is these are not autonomous. So we are in control at all times. We have a pilot and what's called a sensor operator, which is an enlisted position, a two-person crew that is always in control of this aircraft. It's just pretty amazing the technology that allows us to control an aircraft on the other side of the world from here in Nevada. So it's an absolute game changer. What really makes this aircraft unique is its persistence. So we're going to take off somewhere around the world. We're going to fly for 18 to 22 hours, and then we're going to land. And then our maintainers are going to grab that aircraft. They are going to quickly turn it and generate for another sortie the very next day. And so we talk about combat lines, and that is a mission that's going for, like I said, around 20 hours every single day, and it'll be down for about 2 to 4, and then it'll be back up the next day. It's just constant. And what that does is really provide for our combatant commanders a lot of capability with our unique ability, our camera system. It's just a phenomenal capability that we bring with a lot of persistence, which is what is really our bread and butter.
I was curious, they have STEM City here trying to expose, the youth to science, technology, engineering, and math opportunities that abound in the Air Force. But I imagine those skills, that's prime number one in your business.
Absolutely. So it is an industry that, if you have those skill sets, those STEM, you can apply both on the pilot side if you're thinking about commissioning, or on the enlisted side as a sensor operator or as a maintainer as well. All of those are absolutely vital and will help develop skills that will serve you while you're in the Air Force or if you decide to transition out.
And you're speaking about commissioning. We talked to General Sullivan this morning, the commander of the 57th Wing here at Nellis, and what we see is a pretty typical track for him, going to the U.S. Air Force Academy and commissioning and becoming a pilot. Kind of tell us about your journey as you joined the Air Force.
Well, I did not follow that traditional path, so I decided that I wanted to join the Air Force a little later in my life. I'd already gone through college. I was in the middle of grad school, so I didn't do your traditional academy or ROTC. I instead went to officer training school, and I don't know how many of the public knows that opportunity exists. All you have to have is a college degree. You can talk to a recruiter. They have specific officer recruiters, and for me, it was one of those things. I was kind of stagnating. Didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, and I thought, okay, here's something I could do for 4, maybe 6 years, and will give me some amazing experiences to meet some incredible people. And 23 years later, here I am, the commander of a wing doing an incredible mission. So I feel truly blessed that I walked into that recruiter's office all those years ago, and it really has been an amazing career for me.
Wow. I'm curious, though, you decided to join a little bit later as well in life. You weren't exactly fresh out of, being a 22-year-old. You joined a little bit later, but the door was still open.
No, it was. And so I think that's one of the huge benefits of the Air Force and the military in general is if you have a desire to serve your country, to be a part of something bigger than you, it is a great opportunity. And as long as you're willing to work hard and apply yourself, it's an open door for you to come in. And the other amazing thing is I went the aviation route. I originally started off in B-1 bombers, but then I jumped over to the remotely piloted aircraft pretty early in my career. But they have all kinds of careers out there. It doesn't matter what you want to do, whether you want to be an engineer, whether you want to be a maintenance officer, whether you want to work as a civil engineer or as in aviation. You can do pretty much anything you want in the military. So I highly encourage folks, especially if you're kind of don't know what you want to do with your life, try out the military, or at least have a talk with the recruiter, because I think you'd be surprised in some of the different career that you can accomplish in the military.
And I see the patch on your sleeve, a U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate. Obviously, that's a big deal around here.
It is.
And I'm just curious, 50 years of red flags, how many red flags have you participated in?
So I have personally flown in 2, but my units have been in the last 6. So I have been down, even though I did not jump in the cockpit and actually fly in the mission, I've been down to watch them for the last, basically every red flag for the last 2 years since I've been in command. So red flag itself is an amazing opportunity, not only for our U.S., but also our joint partners and our international partners as well. And so I can remember the first time seeing some of our allies bring some of their aircraft was at a red flag back when I was a much, much younger aviator than I am now.
Absolutely. And, all that information, if you have questions on joining the Air Force or how to find an officer recruiter, all of that available online at airforce.com as we watch Stephen Covington here doing some real acrobatic flying out at Aviation Nation 2025. Sir, I know you're probably pretty biased towards your MQ-9s, but what else are you looking forward to seeing out here at the air show?
Well, any chance to see the Thunderbirds, I always try to. So one of the things that I don't know if your audience knows is they actually practice uprange. There's a kind of mock airfield that they have out there, and I can actually see it from my office window when they're practicing. But that's just bits and pieces. But when they put the whole show together, it is an amazing experience. So I'm excited to see them. I'm excited. I saw the KC-46 already take off, and that was pretty amazing. But this demo that's coming up sounds pretty good too, because we saw the looked like a couple F-16s, a couple F-35s, A-10s, and I think there was a Strike Eagle in there as well, all take off right before we came on the air here. And I'm interested to see what they do, because that's always very exciting.
Which really speaks to the heart of like environment like the weapons school or an exercise like Red Flag, that integration of all these different capabilities to project power.
Absolutely, and that's it's not like an air show. We actually have a mission that we train to, and we base it on realistic scenarios. But it's one of the few times when you can bring all those various aircraft together, and they can each do their individual role to make the overall mission a success. And so it is a phenomenal opportunity, and that's why, any chance you get to participate in a Red Flag, you absolutely want your units to participate in that. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for stopping by today, sir. Thank you so much for sharing a little bit about Creech Air Force Base and the 432nd. Truly incredible work that you guys are doing up there. So make sure you stop by also and check out the MQ-9 Reaper static display here at Aviation Nation 2025. And also try your hand at the sim.
I was going to say, you better get in the sim before Caitlin does, because after, I don't know, she might break that thing.
I'm going to try not to, Dan. I'm going to try not to. But, yeah, so we're watching Stephen Covington right here. Like Colonel Peterson was saying, we've got the CAD demonstration coming up next with all of those incredible jets, and it's going to get loud.
So we're going to pitch it back out to the Air Boss and watch a little more Stephen Covington.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for Stephen Covington. Talk about some down in Dirty Power Aerobatics in one of the most hot-rodded biplanes you will see anywhere in the world. And again, a big thanks and a round of applause for the voice of SRC Air Shows, Mr. Alan Mitchell. Well, right now, here's what's going to happen. We're about to reenact a scenario, and I want to give you a heads up about that because you might hear some small arms fire, you might hear some loud kabooms, and we're going to see some pyrotechnics.
Organized, got the word out, and got each other.
Will highlight U.S. Air Force combat air power capabilities, utilizing 6 aircraft types flown by 17 Air Force combat aviators from 5 Nellis Air Force Base squadrons. Over the next several minutes, you'll get an inside look into the combat mission sets of Nellis Air Force Base. America's airmen train daily to hone these associated tactics and capabilities in the skies above Nevada, using the elite Nevada Test and Training Range north of Las Vegas. On display today will be the F-35 Lightning IIs, F-16 Fighting Falcons, F-15E Strike Eagles, A-10 Warthogs, and an F-22 Raptor from the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron, F-16s from the 64th Aggressor Squadron, HH-60 Search and Rescue Helicopters, and para-rescue men from the 88th Test and Evaluation Squadron, accompanied by Joint Terminal Attack Controllers from the 422 Test and Eval Squadron. We ask now for your full attention as the combat scenario plays out on the ground in front of you and in the sky above. Traveling from the north to south, enemy ground forces are moving to secure an airfield for follow-on enemy operations. Without established air superiority and close air support, friendly forces are challenged by these enemy forces from the ground to the east and from the skies above. As they maneuver, the friendly ground forces are met with heavy enemy fire, and they take on multiple friendly casualties. The Air Force Tactical Control Party Joint Terminal Attack Controller, or JTAC, embedded within the friendly ground forces, reports the team is taking heavy fire and is requiring an immediate exfil of their wounded teammates. The JTAC calls upon para-rescue airmen, or PJs, who are trained to rescue and retrieve downed pilots and injured personnel.
We told our own stories, and enough of those stories trickled through that, by golly, one night when it all came down to all the marbles, John McCain said no.
PJ's cool.
These Air Force pararescue men, also known as PJs, are the only DoD elite combat forces specially organized, trained, and equipped and postured to conduct full spectrum personnel recovery, or PR, to include both conventional and unconventional combat rescue operations. A PJ's primary function is of that of a personal recovery specialist with emergency medical capabilities in humanitarian and combat environments. PJs deploy in any available manner to include air, sea, and land tactics into restricted environments to authenticate, extract, threat, stabilize, and evacuate injured personnel while acting in an enemy-evading recovery role. The majority of pararescue men fall under the traditional rescue squadrons and Air Combat Command. A small number of PJs are assigned to the Air Force Special Operations Command, or AFSOC, and are vital members to the Special Tactics Team leading personnel recovery operations for U.S. Special Operations Command forces. Our 6 PJs now work their way in to their landing zone to help treat our simulated wounded individuals. Often as part of these high-altitude, high-opening jumps. At such altitudes, jumpers often use supplemental oxygen, flying packs that can be in excess of some 120 pounds in weight. Their weapons, communication, and equipment sustainment gear also on board. And once on the ground, they are prepared to conduct the mission needed in order to treat the wounded individuals. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our PJs successfully working their way into the landing environment. High overhead, enemy aggression is inbound. With the enemy aggressor force high overhead, they continue to take over the Allied airfield. Friendly ground forces are forced now to take cover. As they face the threat of being overrun and losing their position, the friendly forces have called in air support from the world's preeminent air power, the United States Air Force. As the aggressor enemy aircraft continue their attacks overhead, the call is received and the fighter support is scrambled to support the friendly ground forces. In response to the enemy air attacks, the F-22 air superiority fighters launched to intercept the enemy aircraft. The F-22, a fifth-generation air combat fighter, flies to intercept the enemy aggressor aircraft as they now seek to chase off or engage and intercept and neutralize these aggressors. As you'll witness in this next pass, the pilot's air-to-air combat skills will be put to the test as the two Raptors engage the two enemy fighters before your very eyes. Utilizing superior aircraft performance and unmatched pilot training, the adversaries are no match for the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptors. From the left, the dogfight begins. The Raptor pilots have successfully neutralized the enemy aircraft, and they've achieved their goal, air superiority. With this established, the friendly forces now enjoy freedom of movement throughout the skies. However, the tactical situation on the ground is still challenging as the enemy continues to engage friendly troops to the east side of the airfield. The Air Force Tactical Control Party Joint Terminal Attack Controller, JTAC, will utilize Air Force interdiction and close air support aircraft to neutralize those enemy ground forces and turn the tide of the battle. The JTAC works with the ground forces commander to understand the tactical battle situation and then communicates with the supporting aircraft to utilize their sensors and weapons to protect friendly forces, as well as find, fix, and engage enemy combatants and their equipment. We watch now as the battle unfolds.
All players, this is Jedi. Checking the sequence.
At this time, the two F-15E Strike Eagles and two A-10 Warthogs check in with the JTAC, ready to provide close air support to the friendly ground forces on the airfield. The enemy forces are advancing on friendly positions, and the ground troops become under heavy fire. The JTAC quickly relays the situation to the pilots inbound, and they immediately spring into action. The formations above are equipped with several communication radios, multiple targeting systems, defensive sensors, and nearly 30,000 pounds of combined ordnance. These highly trained aviators will provide armed overwatch and CAS to the friendly ground forces.
One of my favorite parts after we had taxied and we're at the end of the runway is when Thunderbird 1 says, "Burners now," and that's how you know, like, it's about to go down. And you just feel the jet starting to accelerate and just go down the runway. And I just kept on probably yelling in my pilot's ear, like, oh my gosh, we're going. And just probably saying, like, wow. Because then I saw the ground immediately start getting smaller and smaller. And the first maneuver that we did, because I was in a practice show as my fan flight, was the loop on takeoff. And that felt insane to feel that force on me right away as the first maneuver. It was awesome. It was a roller coaster, but better, because then I don't get a stomach dropping feeling afterwards. flying is what everybody sees. Is the flying, the jets, the tight blue suits. But I would say that's actually second to my favorite part of being a Thunderbird. My favorite part is the people. It's the team. Our teammates, we have such a unique bond because we spend so much time together. I mean, 270 days on the road. You overcome all these challenges and you gain all these memories together that I don't believe you'll get in any other unit.
Interdiction and suppression of enemy air defenses. The F-16s and F-35s support this air superiority from enemy fighters and enemy surface-to-air missile systems. On the A-10's last attack, the enemy ground forces attempted to engage the low-flying A-10 with a surface-to-air missile. The A-10 defended against the missile and departed the threat area unfazed. It is now up to the F-16s and F-35s to find, fix, and neutralize the enemy missile launcher before it can fire again. The aircraft utilizes advanced sensors and weapons now as the multi-role fighters plan their attack. Locating the enemy missile systems, the F-16s and F-35s will execute a coordinated attack using bombs to engage the enemy missile system, missile launcher, and associated equipment. The SA-7 missile system is a man-portable air defense system, or a man-pad, meaning it is designed to be carried and launched by a single person or a small team. We watch now as Bolt and Viper continue to push their way inbound to engage the enemy ground forces.
Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you. We're so lucky and so grateful to have you come. Thank you. All right, I know everybody wants to get a picture with Senator Warren, and she is so gracious to stay and let those pictures happen. So, I am going to take a point of personal privilege first before I give you
The coordinated attack is effective, and the enemy missile launchers are struck, but some systems remain. The F-35 and F-16 sensors detect another SAM system and set up for a re-attack. Despite having established air superiority, Air Force aircraft must always remain vigilant to enemy fighter aircraft intercepts, potentially making their way inbound. Continuing to support that of the friendly forces on the ground, the F-35's call sign Bolt 1-1 and Bolt 1-2 repositioned to continue their air-to-ground strikes. In addition, the F-15E Strike Eagles re-enter the fight from the left. Friendly ground forces continue to take on enemy fire. They call the JTAC for additional support as the F-35s prepare for a show of force. The Strike Eagles, Strike 1-1 and Strike 1-2 continue to provide armed overwatch as Boar 1-1 and Boar 1-2, the A-10s, work their way inbound with the strength of the 30mm GAU-8 Avenger Gatling gun. Enemy forces are neutralized.
Forward, strike flight, good hit, good hit.
While the ground forces now enjoy the freedom of movement, air superiority continues to be challenged as Red Air, that of the aggressors, work their way inbound once again to engage our friendly air forces. To the right, the PJs have established the wounded in action, but the casualties need to be evacuated to a higher level of medical care. In this simulated battle, the JTAC requests rescue HH-60 helicopters and escorting fighter aircraft to facilitate the medical evacuation of the wounded personnel. The rescue mission commander organizing the forces determines a game plan to pick up these simulated injured personnel. And prior to the pickup, the JTAC mission commander and the strikers will work to neutralize any and all other remaining enemy forces to ensure a safe passage for the rescue helicopters. Escorted overhead by the A-10s and F-15Es, the rescue helicopters ingress to the casualty pickup point. The rescue helicopters will work their way into the established helicopter landing zone to land and pick up the friendly wounded ground forces and the PJ team. the PJs and the injured safely inside the HH-60 helicopter, and all members are safe. The HH-60 crew will make a call to the rescue mission package, and they egress the area with the fighters continuing their escort above. Enemy forces are now effectively 100% neutralized. The HH-60s and the PJ team can now enjoy freedom of movement over the airfield. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our Air Force combat airmen. Over the course of the next several minutes, you will see the diverse array of participating aircraft in this combined arms demonstration recover here to Nellis Air Force Base. In a few moments from now, we will see a couple of dissimilar formations approach of 5 aircraft, each with their own unique capabilities, representing a variety of units based here at Nellis Air Force Base. They represent that of the 422 Test and Evaluation Squadron, the 64th Aggressor Squadron, and the 88th Test and Evaluation Squadron, as we bring it back home that of the A-10 Warthogs, the F-15E Strike Eagles, F-35 Lightning IIs, F-16 Fighting Falcons, and the F-22 Raptors. None of what you have seen here today would be possible without the support and the partnership of this community and its citizens. These are just some of the normal operations that occur every day right here in your own backyard at Nellis Air Force Base and in the Nevada Test and Training Range, the world's premier proving ground for air, space, and cyberspace lethality, where the mission is to develop airmen advanced warfighter capabilities through testing, training, and tactics development to dominate the multi-domain fight. Ladies and gentlemen, this formally concludes the 2025 Aviation Nation Combined Arms demonstration, and we hope you've enjoyed this effort to showcase a few of the wide-ranging combat capabilities of the U.S. Air Force and the combat air power of Nellis Air Force Base. If you have further questions about Air Force...
So I would say it happened for me, one of my first shows as number 7, walking into our ops briefing room building, and there was a gentleman, police officer. He was kind of supplement security team to help with just air show security that weekend. And he was kind of guarding the door, just kind of doing his patrol. And, you know, it was the morning, so I had a coffee in my hand. I was like, well, I'll just stop by, say hi, a couple minutes. Like, that's, in fact, why we're there, is just to, like, you know, integrate, immerse ourselves, meet with the locals. So we were having a chat and talking about it. And he's like, hey, we're super excited Thunderbirds are here. Like, really looking forward to air show. And, you know, the conversation started off, like, very just superficial, top level, like weather, how long you guys in town for, where's your next show? But then just, you know, a couple of minutes, 5-10 minutes later, we started talking. I was like, hey, do you have any family coming out? Because I was like, I'd love to, like, give you guys some tickets if you want to have them come out to the show. And he was like, actually, like, my wife and little kid. And I was like, oh, sweet, kid, like, automatic, cool. Hey, here's some pins and stickers. So I reached in my show fly bag, gave him the pins, and then, you know, nice greeting, said goodbye, and then went off to the briefing room to get ready for the day. Didn't really think much of it, like, other than, hey, that was a cool conversation with the police officer, and then went on with my day. Fast forward now to Sunday at the air show. I'm in the autograph line, signing brochures, and all of a sudden, like, the adults kind of, the sea of adults parts, and there's a little guy standing there, and I notice he has a Thunderbird pin. And I was like, no way. And then there's a lady standing behind him, and she's like, Flash, this is Timmy. because the gentleman I was talking to, a police officer, he had mentioned his son's name was Timmy, and he had the Thunderbird pin that I gave his dad. And so I was like, cool. I just like Heisman to everybody else. I was like, Timmy, come here, buddy. So I kneeled down, gave him a high five, asked him how his day was doing, how he liked the show. And then I was like, hey, do you have a brochure? Would you like me to sign it? And so I signed that. I think I signed a hat for him too. And we were just chatting it up, kind of just the world stopped because I was like, oh, dude, this is the kid's or the guy's son that, I was talking to. And I was like, sweet, definitely just want to dedicate some time to him. So we had a nice interaction, said hi to mom. And then, they disappeared into the sea of crowd, kept signing autographs and brochures. And that was what I thought was the end of it. Well, now as we are the next day getting ready to depart, leaving McCord, I see his dad. I was like, hey, sir. I was like, good to see you. I was like, yeah, I ran into your son, Timmy. And there's something different about him. And he was very just kind of somber, but not in like a bad way. And he was like, Lieutenant Colonel White, I just want to talk to you for a sec. I was like, yeah, what's up, buddy? He's like, I just want you to know that, like, that was amazing what you did yesterday. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, you just took the time to talk to my son. Timmy was like, oh, that's why we're here. Recruit, retain, inspire. That's what it's about. And he's like, no. He's like, you don't understand. He's like, my son, he's like, he's on the spectrum. He just loves Air Force jets, anything fast. And he's like, the fact that you took the time just to like kneel down, spend some time, acknowledge him. He's like, he hasn't stopped talking about that interaction. I was like, fantastic. I was like, that's super humbling to hear. I was like, thank you so much. He's like, no, honestly, he's like, I want you to have this. And he hands me his knife that he has had ever since like day one on the workforce. I was like, sir, absolutely, I cannot do this. He's like, Flash, he's like, you took care of the most important thing to me in my life. He's like, this is the least I can do to say thank you. And so he handed me that knife, and I forever have it. It's sitting on my pedestal in my wardrobe on the shelf there, and that's what I look at every time going in to like get dressed for work, just as a reminder like that's why we do this, is to have impact like that. Something as it's going on, it maybe seemed like a 10-minute conversation, a quick 5-minute conversation with a little kiddo, but it's much more than that. It's a lasting impact. It's inspiring, and that's why we're doing what we do.
Well, in just a moment, our aerial action continues here at our Saturday edition of Aviation Nation 2025. In just a few moments as well, the assets of our combined arms demonstration will be taxiing by from the left, and we encourage you to wave your hands, wave your hats up high in appreciation for that very exciting and multifaceted performance that we've had the chance to witness here today. Landing now, the F-35s to our right. The F-15E Strike Eagles also in the turn. And as soon as we get the A-10 Thunderbolt II safely down on deck, our air show action continues here at Aviation Nation 2025. And while many of the fixed-winged aircraft get a lot of the popularity and the cred, we want to certainly provide a very big round of applause for our PJs. They're on board the HH-60s, inbound from the right, the Jollies. And you can see them there in the helicopter. Give them a big wave. Well, our air show action continues in the skies over Nellis for Aviation Nation 2025 as we bring to you next one of the best air show pilots this world has to offer. And his name is Bill Stein. He's climbing now, a guy who's got over 5,000 hours of aerobatic and formation time and is regarded as one of the finest air show entertainers in the world. Bill Stein began flying aerobatics when he was just a student pilot and has been dedicated to perfecting his skills ever since. He's been performing on the air show circuit for more than 30 years and even flew on tour with the famed Red Baron Pizza Squadron. Today, he's going to be ringing it out as we see a display of high-energy, bone-crushing aerobatics. Bill Stein, the recipient of the ICAS Sword of Excellence, and most recently, in December of 2021, was the recipient of the coveted Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Bill Stein begins his power aerobatic routine for us from about 1,500 feet above the ground for what is known as his air start. You can see the smoke come on. This in the American-made superplane, the Zivco Edge 540. Ladies and gentlemen, look high and overhead and ensure those tray tables and seat belts are in the upright and locked position. Here's Bill Stein. With a 10G pull into the vertical, we're going to watch him as he climbs skyward, running out of airspeed, as he will soon be dropping this airplane out of the sky. Watch him as he goes through this, the knife edge spin, dropping this aircraft out of the air at some 4,000 feet per minute. That airplane no longer flying, but falling with style, as he now reconnects with the air with a series of high-performance aileron rolls to get things going. Bill Stein, as I mentioned, one of the best aerobatic pilots any place, and by far one of the most friendly. He has incredible credentials as an aerobatic coach, a formation pilot, and as a solo aerobatic performer as he completes this, the Nicolator. We're going to watch him now. We talk a lot about G-forces and the amount of G's that these aerobatic pilots pull. During Bill Stein's routine, he will experience about 12 times the force of gravity positive as he now goes up and over the top. Watch for the tumbles. There's one, there's two, holding it to the inverted for a maneuver he likes to call the Chandelanche, named in remembrance of Shandy Clanton, the great aerobatic pilot. We talk about those G-forces, 12 times the force of gravity. If you're a 200-pound person like I am, you'd then weigh 2,400 pounds in that cockpit. These Zivco Edge 540s built for one purpose and one purpose only, and it's the type of high-energy aerobatic flying that we are seeing right now. This aircraft capable of a roll rate of over 400 degrees a second. Bill's passion for precision flying is evident in every single maneuver that he performs. Bill Stein practices and flies nearly each and every day to keep his skills razor sharp, and you can see why as he now climbs into the vertical, as he goes through this spiraling tower maneuver, hanging it on that Hartzell propeller, throwing it to a vertical rotation, going into an upright flat spin, and dropping back down once again. Let's give it up for Bill Stein in the spiraling tower. During Bill's performance, he will actually be using the gyroscopic force of the engine and the propeller to at times fly this aircraft seemingly out of control. And there are moments that he's along for the ride, but he knows exactly when to put in the right input to get back into controlled flight once again. Pushing himself and his aircraft to the absolute limits as he now trades that altitude for airspeed as he dives in at some 220 miles an hour for his next maneuver he calls the corkscrew. Watch him as he rolls the aircraft. There's forward stick, forward rudder, and around he goes. And completing that maneuver with a snap roll and a couple of aileron rolls down to air show left. Now, as you've noticed, Bill Stein has a very special chroma flare paint job on this airplane, and it actually allows it to change color. You'll see some purple and some green and some yellow and some orange and blue. And it all depends on how the light approaches the aircraft. It's not a cheap paint job, that's for sure. He is now off to the left, high and overhead, as he sets up for a Bill Stein original maneuver sequence. He likes to call them the dinks, and even though at relatively slow speed flight, this Edge 540 remains remarkably maneuverable. Watch him now as he prepares to endo-tumble this thing. 3, 2, 1, and around we go. And he will continue the dinks sequence down the line. Again, showcasing the incredible slow-speed performance of one of the most sought-after aerobatic monoplanes. Up and over the top into a looping maneuver now as he goes through the smallest inside loop we have seen throughout the day. A very impressive maneuver indeed. Let's give it up for Bill Stein. A whole lot of hashtag no for me. Nose for tail, tail for nose. Where does it stop? Only Bill Stein knows. He is going to recover from that centrifuge maneuver and fly it into the vertical for the torque roll. You saw Stephen Covington do it a little bit earlier, but this was a maneuver first invented back in 1972 by the great Charlie Hillard to win for the U.S. the gold, as Bill Stein continues to roll the airplane to the left, the propeller turning in the opposite direction, letting him hang that thing on the prop with air speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour in reverse. And there's the recovery. How about it, Nellis Air Force Base? Let's put our hands together for the incomparable Bill Stein and the Zivco Edge 540. Completing the necktie vertical maneuver. As he now dives in, there's 200, 210, 220 miles an hour as he rolls the aircraft all the way around. Watch for this, the quadruple avalanche. Watch as he eases the stick back into his lap. There's about 7 times the force of gravity as he now goes up and over the top as he performs not 1, but 2, 3, and 4 rapid snap rolls for this, the quadruple avalanche maneuver. A quick 4-point hesitation roll as he exits stage left. Once again, let's put our hands together, everybody, for Bill Stein of the Zivco Edge 540. Flying this airplane always but straight. The maneuvers that you are seeing today, not so much that of stunts nor daring feats, but rather refinements of precision airmanship. Bill Stein, known as the coach's coach. On the 45 now, rolling left, yawing right as he goes woo-wee for a maneuver he calls the woo-wee tumble. Bill says stolen from the master himself, a man who said a whole lot of woo-wees over the years, aptly named. This guy, Bill Stein, a legend in our air show business. He's the 2016 recipient of the International Council of Air Show Sword of Excellence, the highest honor given within our air show business. In 2015, he was inducted into the ICAS Air Show Hall of Fame for his contributions as a pilot with the world-famous Red Baron Pizza Squadron. And in 2021, at our ICAS convention here in Las Vegas, was the newest recipient of the Art Scholl Memorial Showmanship Award. Coming down the line now, an inverted flight, holding on by just his seat belts and shoulder harnesses, a 5-point harness, keeping him firmly into the seat as he now works his way up and over for one of his closing maneuvers as part of today's sequence. Taking advantage today of the gusts, the wind that we have, particularly up at altitude, Bill Stein is going to be setting up momentarily for a tribute. And we'll be telling you more about that as he continues to work his way to the center of our aerobatic box for that. I want you to watch him. This is his salute to the mighty AV-8B Harrier II of the United States Marine Corps, a jet that's going to retire here in the next couple of months. But watch him as he slows the airplane down to park, putting on the pause button, turning this airplane into a helicopter. Take a look at that. 0 airspeed indicated right there. Just the power of the engine, the propeller, and the skill of Bill Stein keeping him in one spot in the sky. And right about it here, he hits the unpause button. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Bill Stein and the Harrier Pass. He wants to thank his sponsors. They are Lycon Aircraft Engines, CJ Aviation, Champion Aerospace, Hartzell Propeller, Goodyear Aviation, Softy Emergency Parachutes, B&C Specialty Products, Spot GPS Systems, and Two Bro Aviation. Coming by for his final maneuver, he likes to call this slideways flight. Giving you a look at that big oversized rudder on the Zivco Edge. The aircraft of choice for the Red Bull Air Race World Championships that ran for many, many years up until 2019. And of course, we'll see more Zivco Edge flying later on in our show with our buddy Kirby Chambliss. He has been cleared to land. How about one final round of applause there, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Bill Stein and the Zivco Edge 540. Well, ladies and gentlemen of Las Vegas, I've got a quick question for you. Are you having a good time? Decent. Not great. It is indeed an outdoor event. You can indeed use your outdoor voices. Let's try that one more time. Are you, Las Vegas, having a good time? Yeah, that's what we like to hear, us too. Here's what's going to happen, everybody. Our air boss, Kelly Hudson, is working now to secure our airspace as we are just a couple of moments away from welcoming to Aviation Nation 2025 the U.S. Air Force's F-22 Raptor demonstration team. Today flown by Captain Nick Lazlaturno. We are going to see the full maneuvering capabilities of America's premier fifth-generation fighter. Laz, an experienced fighter pilot, now in his first... with only a limited number of them produced, making it a rare and powerful asset to our United States Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time. Please welcome the narrator of today's F-22 Raptor flight demonstration from Joint Base Langley Eustis in Hampton Roads, Virginia. Please make welcome Master Sergeant Brady Pummel.
F-16 is pretty much identical to the one you're going to get in flight. When they take off, 1 through 4 takes off together in a diamond, so they all 4 take off in line. As soon as they're off the ground, number 4 will slide over under boss.
Alright, you can throw this on like a backpack. This will be your torso ornaments. Perfect. Yeah. All right, sir. Yeah. Push down on that. Just make sure when you do it, you take it off on the right side. Breathe normally.
So then I went to North Carolina for about 6 years, so 2 assignments back to back. You're on the team, 3rd show season, and I will be passing off the torch in about 2 months.
Here's your pocket. I think the left one is easier to get out of than the right one.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right, stay here. Show it. Look right.
Nice.
It's a 1-to-1 ratio. So you'll be moving up there.
Yeah.
This is where he was talking about smoke walls. Basically like that cool mount. And then eventually you work your way up to show line. Him and I. Squeeze.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it all the way up and down the line for your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor. Oh, yeah. And let that extend to the narrator of today's demonstration, Master Sergeant Brady Pummel. And to the official Raptor DJ, Technical Sergeant Eric Tallman, bringing some serious thunder to Aviation Nation 2025. Captain Nick Laz Laterno making his way back in. Be sure to give him a big wave as he taxis back into his parking area. As we again want to continue to say a very big thank you to many of our partners who have stepped up in a big way to make this weekend possible. We want to say thanks to our friends at the Nevada Energy Foundation and Lockheed Martin, to One Nevada Credit Union, Clark County, Caesars Entertainment and Resorts World, to BAC Systems, Amentum, to Western Mortgage, Armed Forces Bank, the Boeing Company, and First Command Financial Services, to John's Moles Meat, to Squadron Flight Shop Transition Careers, as well as the Thunderbird chapter of the Air and Space Association. A big shout out to the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix. They're located here today in the Inspire exhibit, located to the south end of the field. Also a big thank you to Victory Capital, on site ready to help you achieve your financial goals. Visit them today at the sponsorship booth area, where you can start investing and grab your free one-of-a-kind wooden airplane to celebrate Aviation Nation. We say thanks to Victory Capital for their support. Also, thanks to Raising Cane's. Be sure to stop by any of their 17 locations around Las Vegas to support the Nellis 99th 4th Support Squadron. Mention Air Show, and they'll donate 15% of sales back to the 99th FSS, supporting the Air Show this weekend. Also, thanks to D.R. Horton. If you're looking for a new home, D.R. Horton's Red Tag New Home Sales event is happening now. Stop by the D.R. Horton booth to learn more about their incredible pricing on select Red Tag homes. No federal endorsement is intended. Well, as we get the F-5E Tiger II on the ground, flown by retired Brigadier General Tommy Williams, call sign limiter, our aerial action continues. Of course, it was the F-5 that saw a little bit of limited service during the Vietnam War, being flown by a variety of allied nations as well, and also served for many, many years as an aggressor, as part of the aggressor squadrons here at Nellis Air Force Base, and of course supporting the efforts of exercises such as Red Flag that provide that real-to-life combat environment. And they implemented the use of F-5Es throughout the years. The exercise of Red Flag, in fact, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Well, as we get the F-22 Raptor and the F-5 Tiger clear of the runway, taking off now to the right. I'm going to pull the music back so we can listen. Vicky Benzing and the P-51 Mustang. That's the sound of the Rolls-Royce V12 Merlin engine, built by the Packard Company here in America, considered one of the greatest sounds in aviation. It was also the power plant for the Supermarine Spitfire, this particular one, a Mark 14 powered by a Rolls-Royce Griffin engine. Let's listen. Vicky Benzing now climbing high and to our left in the North American P-51 Mustang. This one that we see today, an air racer. It is best known as Plum Crazy. It was after World War II that many P-51s made their way onto the civilian market, and you could have bought one of these legendary World War II fighters, surplus from the military, for around $3,000 to maybe $4,000 a copy. Today they go anywhere from $3.5 to $5 million a copy, depending on their condition. But it was after World War II that this particular P-51 made its way to the civilian world, and in 1964 a guy named Al Paulson bought the aircraft for his buddy Clay Lacey. He went on to race it at the National Championship Air Races in Reno, and Al going on to become the founder of Gulfstream. Al had a project. He was starting a new airline with service to Hawaii, and he wanted some special purple paint to apply to his airliners. He made an order for 50 gallons of purple paint, but a couple weeks later found there was a rounding error. They accidentally shipped him some 1,500 gallons of purple paint, so everything from the planes to the ladders to the tugs were painted in this purple paint scheme. So famous was this color, it later inspired a guy named Fred Smith, who went on to found a small little shipping company that's now known as FedEx. This particular Mustang that we are about to see went on to participate in the inaugural National Championship air races, one of the most incredible air racers in the world today. We now look high and overhead as we welcome to our show, represented by California Aeronautical University, Miss Vicki Benzing and the P-51 Mustang Plum Crazy. Having owned this aircraft for some 55 years, Clay Lacey sold this airplane to her friend Vicki Benzing in 2019, who restored it and flew this aircraft to a 4th place finish in the unlimited class in 2023. Completing this, the Cuban 8 maneuver, as Vicki inscribes the big figure 8 laying on its side. We listen to the sounds of that 1,600 horsepower Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. Born and raised in California, Vicki Benzing is an accomplished aviator, and with over 10,000 hours of total flying time, she's had a passion for everything that's airborne. She still remembers her first flight at a very young age, going on to fly in a friend's antique Taylorcraft airplane in her hometown of Watsonville on the California coast. She was thrilled by the spins, the loops, and the rolls that her ex-military instructor taught her, and later went on to take aerobatic instruction by the famed Amelia Reed. We watch Vicki now from the left at some 350 miles an hour. She sets up for this, the barrel roll. Starting and stopping her aircraft at the same airspeed, altitude, and the same heading. Let's put our hands together for Vicki Benzing and the barrel roll. The Mustang is an aircraft that helped end World War II, and after its formal introduction into service in 1944, it helped reduce Allied bomber casualties by over 75%. It earned it a nickname, that of Little Friend. Let's watch now as Vicki approaches from the right for this, the 4-point hesitation roll. Vicki's aerobatic flying took a back seat while pursuing her PhD in chemistry from UC Berkeley and began working in the Silicon Valley in the high-tech industry. Her passion for aviation remained, especially after she took an aerobatic ride with air show legend Wayne Handley. She began competing in aerobatic competitions, working her way up to various levels, and began performing at local air shows. Today, she's in high demand around the country as one of the smoothest warbird flyers in the nation. Giving you a look now at what this aircraft would have looked like at the National Championship air races at the left turn, high speed, and less than about 100 feet above the deck. In her first year of air racing, Vicki Benzing was chosen as the Rookie of the Year, having won her first race ever. It was in 2015 that she became the fastest woman racer, setting a new record in the jet class in the L-39 Albatross at some 469 miles an hour. In September 2023, she flew this P-51 Plum Crazy to a 4th place finish in the coveted unlimited class. She is the second only woman to have raced in the unlimited class in the air race's 59-year history. Vicky is proud to be sponsored by California Aeronautical University, where they are training the next generation of aviators. CAU students are on the fast track to rewarding aviation careers designed for efficiency. Their bachelor's degree program allows students to start flying in their first term and complete the program in just 3 years. We invite you to visit California Aeronautical University here on site and also at their website at calaero.edu to learn more. CAU is excited to serve as a partner university with United Airlines and several regional air carriers, offering CAU students a direct, streamlined route to the airlines. CAU students can also enjoy one of the newest collegiate aviation fleets in the business. We watch again to our left as Vicky sets up for this, her inverted pass, flying upside down. Ladies and gentlemen of Aviation Nation 2025, how about a big round of applause for Vicky Benzing? This aircraft representing everything that is great about America, the ingenuity, the dedication, and the determination to win that America had during the 1940s. Designed and built in just 117 days, it was built by the North American Aircraft Company. Inbound this time for Vicky's salute to the men and women of our armed forces and all of our veterans in attendance today. It's the 8-point hesitation roll. Saluting our veterans past and present, a very big round of applause for Vicky Benzing in the 8-point roll. She is going to set up for one more pass as part of today's performance, giving you a final look at this iconic purple P-51 air racer. She'll give you a great look right down into the cockpit as she now approaches behind and to our left. At some 370 miles an hour from the left in parade review, Miss Vicky Benzing and the North American P-51 Mustang Plum Crazy. She wants to thank Apex Aerospace Corporation, Concord Batteries, Tempest, Gleim Aviation, Oregon Aero, Lift Aviation, Best Tugs, Method 7 Performance Optics, and of course, California Aeronautical University. To learn more about Vicky Benzing and her P-51 Plum Crazy aircraft, you can visit her online at vickybenzing.com. Ladies and gentlemen, making her recovery now. Please join me in one final round of applause for Vicky Benzing and her performance in the air racing P-51 Plum Crazy. Vicky Benzing now recovering. The P-51 out there on runway 3 right as our aerial action continues. In just a couple of moments, we are going to be turning things over to our final demonstration. an air show performance prior to turning things over to the Thunderbirds at 3:35, and they are that of the Red Bull Air Force. Taking a look out in front of us, you will see a Zivco Edge 540 flown by the one and only Kirby Chambliss. He's a Red Bull air racer, previously a world champion in those coveted air races that ran across the globe for many, many years. And today, he is going to be turning his explosive flying style into some incredible flying that we're going to have a chance to witness in this multi-faceted routine. Flown not only by Kirby Chambliss, but also that of Aaron Fitzgerald in the Bocow BO-105 helicopter and our jumpers. We'll tell you more about that here in just a couple of moments. Right now, the team preparing for this display as the smoke comes on. Take a look as we kick off this demonstration in great style, showcasing to you that Red Bull gives you wings as Kirby Chambliss now takes off into what he calls the Cobra maneuver and hangs it on the prop to get this display going for us here today. The Red Bull Air Force, consisting of some of the most incredible aviation professionals, and they have all made their way here to Nellis Air Force Base this weekend to be with you and again showcase to you the full limits and what is to come as part of the Red Bull Air Force. Right now, Kirby Chambliss off to air show right in the inverted position as he pushes forward on the stick and look for the 2-point rolls back to upright flight. Kirby Chambliss is a guy who started flying and never thought that aerobatics would be part of his life. He began flying as a corporate pilot with a hotel chain where the chief pilot was a smart guy. He says, hey, Kirby, if this jet ever ends up upside down with the CEO on board, we want to make sure you can, well, roll it back upright, not hurt everybody. Kirby says, makes sense to me. And aerobatic flying is where it started. Now, as Kirby Chambliss continues to tear it up, look high and overhead to our left. You will see two jumpers working their way down. That's Mike Brewer and Amy Shimalecki. They are part of the Red Bull Air Force, being brought to altitude by Aaron Fitzgerald. Under canopy now, you will see the smoke as they work their way in towards show center. They are flying what are known as swoop chutes. They are fast canopies. They have a very small area that allows them, in fact, to reach speeds in excess of some 70 miles an hour. They're going to continue to work their way down from altitude. These two individuals performing some of the most extreme forms of skydiving there is. You will see them on the internet and on TV doing some incredible things with their friends at Red Bull, but they're working their way into the target area right now, high and overhead. Inbound to the target area, faster than a speeding ticket at some 60 miles an hour. What do you think, Nellis Air Force Base? Let's put our hands together for the Red Bull Air Force, Mike Brewer and Amy Shimalecki. Now, high and overhead once again, we bring to you another jumper, that of Sean McCormick, as he has now departed the side part of that helicopter, working his way in free fall momentarily up to about 120 miles an hour. He is jumping that of a wingsuit. Take a look as Kirby Chambliss now works to circle him with his smoke. These wingsuits have a glide ratio of about 3 to 1, and it actually allows them to track across the ground. The speeds capable as part of these wingsuits are incredible, and we are seeing a great demonstration of that here today. You will see, if you look very closely, some panels. Sean is actually working to unzip those panels. Those are more or less his flight controls, allowing him not only to fly forward, but to roll and do some incredible things. We're going to continue to watch Sean McCormick now under his own canopy, maneuvering his way in towards show center. But ladies and gentlemen, judged by your round of applause, how do you like the Red Bull Air Force so far? Sean McCormick, a guy that's got over, get this, 25,000 skydives to his credit. Many members of the Red Bull Air Force starring in many feature films, and we're going to continue to tear things up. At altitude, Sean McCormick can indeed hear you. Let's make some noise and bring it in right on target. Swoop, there it is. And a run-on landing. Let's put our hands together for Sean McCormick. Now, I want you to direct your attention to the left as we bring back that of Kirby Chambliss in the Red Bull Zivco Edge. He is accompanied now by Aaron Fitzgerald in the BoCal helicopter. Aaron Fitzgerald, one of the few people in the world to do that. Yes, indeed, that is one of the few aerobatic performers who's qualified legally to perform aerobatics in a helicopter, and he is here with us today. We're going to watch them to the right as they both climb. Kirby in the airplane, Aaron in the helicopters. They perform the simultaneous hammerhead turnaround. Turn on a dime and give you 9 cents change. Aaron Fitzgerald is a guy who grew up in love with flight. He would actually go to the local airport in Washington State where he grew up to watch the fire bombers work their way out to go take care of those forest fires. But today, it has turned into a full-fledged career. Aaron Fitzgerald staying very busy, flying just about every helicopter in the book, and of course, flying big time with his friends at Red Bull. This is a dissimilar formation indeed, as Aaron Fitzgerald performs a bit of a split, maybe a half Q&A maneuver, and Kirby continues to roll the aircraft inverted upside down. Now, this Bo 105 helicopter that we're seeing actually got its start back during the 1960s and still goes strong, particularly in Europe, as an aeromedical evacuation helicopter. What makes this helicopter a little special and allows it to perform maneuvers just like the ones we're seeing now is it has a solid titanium rotor blade system that keeps those blades from flexing, because if you took a normal helicopter and went out here, you'd probably, well, cut the tail off or something. But it is that solid titanium system that allows this Bo 105 to perform these maneuvers. Aaron Fitzgerald, one of only about 3 or 4 people anywhere on the globe authorized to perform these aerobatics in a helicopter. He is going to continue to work out in front of us, and something that, well, would probably keep Igor Sikorsky up at night. This is the most unnatural thing to see, particularly for us fixed-winged pilots. He's got the cyclic and the collective. There's a backflip. What a wild ride that must be. He actually maintains about 1+ positive G on the helicopter all the way through, and he tells me that it's fairly smooth. I'll take his word for it. I'm not going up there. But we're going to watch him to the right, and here in a moment we're going to see one of my favorite maneuvers. It's called the bow turn. There it is, inverted, spinning it around and bringing it right back to show center. Let's put our hands together, everybody, for Aaron Fitzgerald. Oh boy. Aaron Fitzgerald continuing to fly this helicopter aerobatically for us. Yeah, here comes a bow turn forward all the way around. Watch him as he spins it, and there is the recovery. Who would have thought that was a good idea to do that in a helicopter? I don't know. But following some of the great names previously with the Red Bull Air Force like Chuck Aaron, and over in Europe, Blackie Schwartz and many others, Aaron Fitzgerald standing in as one of the most impressive human beings doing things in this helicopter that were once thought to be impossible just a few decades ago. Aaron's a military veteran serving in the U.S. Army as a paratrooper previously with the 82nd Airborne. He was even awarded the Medal of Valor for rescuing 2 flight crew members from a burning helicopter. In addition to flying air shows and doing movie work, he flies Blackhawks in firefighting contracts. the Forest Service battling forest fires in the western part of the United States. Now for Aaron's last maneuver, this is the one we make him do. This is called the bow. Let's watch him as he slows it down. Give him a big wave. And there's the bow to all of you joining us for today's show. Now, as we get Aaron Fitzgerald clear of the airspace, we're going to bring back into our aerobatic airspace Kirby Chambliss and the Red Bull Zivco Edge 540 as he sets up for some solo aerobatics to continue this most impressive routine. He's high and to the right. I want you to watch him now. With all of that altitude, he's going to be setting up for something incredible. Let's watch him now to the inverted position as he pulls back on the stick. Look for the point rolls. That's the mark of a competition aerobatic pilot. Where in competition acro, it's where the judges look for the perfect 45 and 90-degree lines, the perfect loops and rolls. Airshow flying's a little bit differently, but he's going to ring this airplane out, showcasing to you this, one of America's most prevalent and capable aerobatic superplanes. Dropping this aircraft out of the sky in the upright flat spin, 2 turns, and now quickly accelerating with a couple of snap rolls on the down line as well. The world's about to get heavy right in here. If you were in the cockpit with Kirby, you hear him go, "Ooh," as he works to stress his lower body muscles to keep the blood up in his brain so he can keep flying. What do you think, Las Vegas? Let's again make some noise for the one and only Kirby Chambliss. Is actually just one of several airplanes that Kirby's got. And he actually started learning how to fly helicopters here in the past couple of years, where he flies from his home in Arizona. It actually allows Kirby to wake up, work out, maybe go fly and be back home for Korean barbecue. We're going to watch him as he continues to shred the sky in little pieces as he goes into the hammerhead turnaround, using those oversized control surfaces to go nose for tail, shredding the sky for us here in the skies over Aviation Nation. With over 27,000 hours of flight time, Kirby has traveled the world performing aerobatic displays and racing with Red Bull, and is by far one of the most accomplished aerobatic pilots any place. Through the micro loop there at Show Center. These Edge 540s only weigh in at about 1,200 pounds with all that horsepower and grab by his propeller and that AIO 540 engine. This is basically Kirby's dirt bike with wings, and it has a thrust-to-weight ratio of nearly 1-to-1. That airframe very much an extension of Kirby's personality. We now make our way to the freestyle portion of today's aerobatic routine as Kirby continues to tear things up. We're going to go off script just a little bit as Kirby now works to play with every inch of our aerobatic airspace. Kirby most comfortable down close to the ground and upside down. down on the deck. High G, low altitude. That made Kirby Chambliss a Red Bull Air Race world champion on a couple occasions. We're going to watch him to the right. Kirby, known for his explosive flying style. He's also a guy who invented a couple of maneuvers. This one of his signatures, he likes to call the Cobra. 3, 2, 1, striking out of nowhere. Kirby Chambliss wants to thank his sponsors. They are Piper Aircraft, Tempest, Precision Airmotive, Parker Aerospace, MGL Avionics, Concord Batteries, Goodyear Aviation, MT Propeller, AC Air Technology, Skydive Arizona, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty, High Performance Aircraft, and Red Bull, showcasing that Red Bull does indeed give you wings. Completes his performance here today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Red Bull Air Force.
Robin Olds had a life that always revolved around aircraft and the Air Force. As a young man, he attended West Point. He then became a fighter pilot and went over to Europe, initially flying P-38s and then later P-51s. And amazingly, at age 22, he took command of a fighter squadron. And due to his leadership, the 8th Tactical Fighter Wing became the top MiG-killing unit in the Air Force during the Southeast Asia War. He had the backing of his men. They loved him, and he led from the front. And if I had to describe Robin Olds in 2 words, it would very simply be courage and charisma.
Welcome back into the broadcast position here at the Aviation Nation Air Show. Dan Hawkins alongside Caitlin Jones-Martin. We are delighted now to be joined by the family of General Olds, an Air Force legend, Christina, and granddaughter Jenny. How are you guys today?
We're wonderful. We're so happy to be here.
Thank you so much for stopping by. And, you know, when we were looking, of course, everybody knows General Robin Olds. But, you know, when I was digging a little bit deeper, he was actually one of the first people to come up with an air demonstration team and an air show concept. So talk a little bit about what it's like being here at a modern day air show and what your dad and your grandfather would have thought about this.
You know, you're right about his air show team. He flew the P-80s out of Riverside, out of March Air Force Base, right after World War II. And those guys formed the first aerobatic team, probably the precursor to the Thunderbirds when you think about it. And Jenny and I were thrilled to be here in 2007, right after my dad passed away, and they dedicated the 60th anniversary of the Air Force to him. So it's the first time we've both been back here at Nellis together. And so this weekend is an absolute treat for us.
So talk about the impact of growing up around your dad, and obviously, you know, sometimes when you're a kid, right, you don't really understand the impact of your parents and what they might do for a living. But as you grew up and then, you know, started to learn more about how much of an impact your father had, can you maybe talk about that from your close perspective?
Well, of course, as a child, I did not know what he did. I didn't know how important it was, what he did. I think my first introduction to kind of understanding it was when he was wing commander at the 81st Fighter Wing in England at Bentwaters. And every place my sister and I went with him, we got saluted. So we thought they were saluting us, but he was the commander of the base. But it wasn't until he got sent to Vietnam that it just hit me really hard, because that was the only time he was gone away from us for a whole year. So I was living with my mother and my sister in Washington, D.C., and, you know, the Vietnam War was just a horrific experience for everybody, and we didn't know from one day to the next what was going to happen. So we just absolutely are so proud of him, and every night, every full moon, every month, I would talk to that full moon, sending a message to my dad, knowing he was seeing the same full moon over in Vietnam. So I knew then, you know, especially when Bolo happened in January 2nd, 1967, and it made news all over the country. And then it was just, everything was all about him. And as soon as he landed back from that, he went right into a meeting in the Oval Office with LBJ. So...
Absolutely incredible. And I see, I would be remiss if I didn't comment, having been stationed at Kunsan once upon a time, on the Wolfpack jersey. Can you tell us a little bit about what that signifies?
Right. So when he commanded the 8th TAC Fighter Wing in Ubon in Thailand during Vietnam, he named it the Wolfpack. And he named it right before Operation Bolo in the pilot briefing in the morning when he said, "Go get 'em, Wolfpack." And so it's still the Wolfpack.
It is.
And in 1975, the wing moved from there up to Kunsan, South Korea, where they've been ever since. And that whole base is the Wolfpack. So I have been lucky enough to visit there twice. The last time was in 2017. And that's when the wing commander gave me this jacket, which I love to pieces, because my dad was known as Wolf One. And so I wear this very proudly.
Yep, and still today they call the commander of the Wolfpack Wolf One, or the Wolf.
Wolf.
Jenny, if you can talk to just kind of like being in this family business, you know, your mom kind of took over writing the memoirs for General Olds, and now you're starting to talk about the legacy as well. What's that like for you?
I mean, it's a true honor. My grandpa was my hero. He was an extraordinary grandpa, and similarly, growing up, I had no idea. He was just my grandpa, and then we started going to air shows with him and started going to veterans events, and just seeing the entire room stand up and give him a standing ovation and starting to understand his impact. And after he passed, it's very special and very lucky that even though my grandfather is gone, he is always with me, and I will always meet someone who has a story about him. And it is just truly an honor to carry on that legacy and understanding the importance of the role in making sure that his impact continues.
Yeah, Jenny and I have been doing air shows together as much as we can over the last many years, like the last 10 years. And more she is just enjoying the whole scene. Mm-hmm. And she has now been at, 3 or 4 of my speeches. And luckily, last year at Langley, in Virginia, she told me, she said, "You know what, Mom, I think I can take over from you someday." I said, "Yes, fantastic." And she'd be great at it.
Well, we'd be remiss if we didn't at least ask. I mean, of course, your dad, known for the famous mustache. Now it's blossomed into Mustache Marsh. But it was an act of leadership as much as defiance.
Yeah, absolutely. So he was influenced by Tommy Burns, who was the leader of the base right after World War II, where my dad went over to Tangmere. And Tommy Burns had a gorgeous handlebar mustache. And so it was right after Operation Bolo in January of 1967 that he decided to start growing this mustache. And he grew it, and he grew it, and he grew it. And I have recently found some wonderful photos of when it was maybe a month old, and then growing and growing. And, of course, he got yelled at by Washington. The generals telling him, "Shave that off. You're a bad influence." And, of course, my dad kept growing it. And so it became known as Robin Old's single-digit salute to Washington, D.C. And that mustache has its own Wikipedia page, Mustache March. And it's just a delight. A couple of years ago, Jenny and I went to Hill Air Force Base, and she judged her first Mustache March, and that was great.
So fun.
Absolutely. And it's something that continues, you know, to this very day. When I was at Senior NCO Academy last year, we had a Mustache March competition. So, and that is directly influenced by General Olds. And so what an amazing legacy, and just a great homage to one of the heroes in aviation.
I think one of the magical things about him, and I certainly learned this as his child, and Jenny learned it as his granddaughter, is he had the most fantastic sense of play. He wanted people to have fun and to play all the time. It's a lot of why he pushed the rules, pushed the envelope, and encouraged people to just play as hard as they could. And so that mustache was part of it. And he was really loved as a leader and as a fighter pilot, but more than anything because he was so personable. And he just loved being around his troops, and they loved him. Big smile.
And he really cared about readiness and being ready for any fight, and his leadership exemplified all of that. So we certainly appreciate you guys taking time today to join us and talk about your dad and your grandfather, but such a legacy, and we appreciate all that you guys have done as well.
Well, it's our honor to be here. I just never get tired of this. I'm lucky to be able to speak at many Air Force bases around the world, and there's nothing gives me greater joy than talking to a room of young fighter pilots in their flight suits who have just either come in from the flight line or are about to go out to it. And it really keeps, they relate to his character, his personality. It's more of a renegade kind of leader that is easier to follow than a bureaucratic, rule giver. So.
Absolutely. His leadership, his legacy, absolutely timeless. A true hero. Thank you both for being here with us today. I know you have to get over and help the Thunderbirds launch, and that show is coming up next, Dan. We are just moments away from watching the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds take to the skies.
America's ambassadors in blue, they've been flying since 1953, I think. General Olds would be thrilled to death to watch the Thunderbirds today.
Yes, he loved them. Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure and an honor for us.
So that was the family of General Robin Olds. That was a lot of fun. I mean, down memory lane, and the impact of General Olds can't be overstated.
No, I mean, in this day where we're talking about lethality and readiness, here at the home of the fighter pilot at Nellis Air Force Base, I mean, it's just everything that General Robin Olds stood for, and the legacy that he's leaving, and, Jenny and Christina carrying that legacy forward into a new generation of airmen is absolutely incredible, too. So what an honor, what a thrill to have them here with us today.
And it really is interesting if you think about, we're here at an air show, and General Olds was kind of like the precursor, like started figuring out how to do demo teams and what that's evolved into today.
So yeah, it was actually really fascinating. You learn something new every day, even if you've been in the Air Force for a minute, researching General Olds and finding that he wasn't necessarily, like Christina said, a rule follower all the time. So when he was over in England, he did an air demonstration and had an open house like this, but he didn't tell his chain of command. So once they found out, they were not too happy that he was just out there doing acrobats and sharing it with the people of the UK. And I just loved that he cared so much about showcasing our United States Air Force that I'll just do it. What are they going to do? Right?
Oh man, yeah. Hey, I'll just do it and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. And it's just a blast to be here with you today. Like I said, we're just moments away from seeing the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds here at Aviation Nation 2025, streaming live on the Nellis Air Force Base Facebook page. We're on airforce.com, airforce.com, everything you need to know, really, about the Air Force and how to join this incredible team.
So let's learn a little bit more about the United States Air Force Aerial Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds.
We were born out of the jet age to represent airmen and to inspire the next generation. More than 65 years later, what this team has become is much more than airshow performers. We are leaders demonstrating the capabilities of America's Air Force to our great nation, as well as spreading goodwill to nations abroad. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. The Korean War was still going on, and the F-84G was a frontline fighter, and some called it the workhorse of the war. The 1st Thunderbirds team would fly 5 of these aircraft. Major Dick Kettledge was picked as the Thunderbirds' first commander. Crazy as it may sound today, he had only 3 weeks until their first air show, so the Thunderbirds were quickly formed. Jets were painted, and by June of 1953, they were performing. As the years passed, the aircraft changed. Thunderjet, Thunderstreak, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon. All these aircraft represented a different generation of Thunderbirds, different advancements in technology. Technology that in 1983 brought us the jet that revolutionized the fighter aircraft world and today remains a dominant force in the sky. The mighty F-16 Fighting Falcon. The Thunderbirds have flown the F-16 for more than 30 years now. Minus the red, white, and blue paint scheme, they are the same as the jets flying missions around the world today. It only makes sense that when people think of the Thunderbirds, they more than likely think of our F-16s, while those jets are our most visible assets and project the strength of our Air Force. It is our airmen that make it all possible. The Thunderbirds are comprised of more than 130 airmen. There are 12 officers, each known affectionately by their number, with one exception, number 1. Our commander, we call him Boss. He and Thunderbirds 2 through 8 are highly experienced fighter pilots. Thunderbirds 1 through 6 are demonstration pilots. Thunderbird 7 oversees Thunderbird operations, and Thunderbird 8 acts as our advanced pilot and narrator during shows. Thunderbirds 9 through 12 are support officers who perform expert medical, administrative, maintenance, and public affairs functions. There are also more than 120 enlisted personnel representing nearly 30 career fields. Enlisted team members are selected from units across the Air Force. Each enlisted member plays a crucial role maintaining this well-oiled machine at home and on the road. Our time in this uniform is short, and each one of us is charged by making the most of it, by inspiring and encouraging others, by representing our amazing Air Force. So while the faces and jets have changed, the mission remains the same. We are the United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron. We are the Thunderbirds.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time that we turn things over to the team. And here is my question for each and every one of you. Are you ready for the Thunderbirds? Yeah. Hey, this is a hometown show for the team. It is the beginning of the 2025 air show season as well. This is a big deal, particularly for all the family members and associated personnel with the Thunderbirds. Let's try that one more time. Are you, Las Vegas, ready for the Thunderbirds? Ladies and gentlemen, headlining the 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show, it is with great pride and honor I present to you your United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron, known to the world as the Thunderbirds.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to Show Center as we welcome those before you into our United States Air Force. And now, our Director of Operations, Thunderbird 7, Lieutenant Colonel Taylor White, from Las Vegas, Nevada. You got it, 7.
Hey. Check, check. Oh, there we are. Let's try that again. Good afternoon, Las Vegas. How you guys doing? Oh. Number 12 mentioned, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Taylor White, Operations Team, and this is an absolute honor to be standing with you guys today, right here at Show Center. Before I take over the skies, we're going to conduct an enlistment ceremony right here at Show Center. Before we begin, I would just like to say thank you. Thank you to the community, thank you to the families, the mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins, and friends that have helped get your loved ones to this point in their lives. You're very welcome. All right, and before we begin, I'd also like to thank those you standing in front of me. thank you for volunteering to join us in the greatest Air Force and Navy in the world. Please take a moment, look around at the people next to you. These are now your brothers and sisters in arms. These are the people you're going to rely on, and they in turn will lean on you for support. Always remember that together you're an incredible team. So with that, please come to attention and raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me congratulating your newest members in the Air Force and Navy.
We are the warriors of the 21st century, a noble symbol of freedom and a tireless pursuit of excellence, an everlasting legacy of pride, precision, and professionalism of all airmen of the United States Air Force. Since 1953, we have demonstrated the most advanced and respected air power in the world, the pinnacle of teamwork and dedication of the world's most elite force in air, space, and cyberspace. We are first, last, and always a fighter squadron. Our maintenance professionals can transform our jets to be combat ready in 72 hours. To provide the protection under which our democracy operates. Today, you will witness the unparalleled teamwork, aerial precision, and raw power employed in combat. Almost unbelievable attention to detail demands the ultimate commitment from the whole squadron to achieve their best. At 500 miles per hour and formations 18 inches apart, and at times only 150 feet off the ground, the sound of freedom is not just heard, but felt. Our lineage of military jets and frontline fighters have always proudly displayed our colors. Red for courage, white for truth, blue for justice. Distinguished names that echo down the halls of aviation history. Thunderjet, Super Sabre, Thunder Chief, Phantom, Talon, and today's F-16 Fighting Falcon, also known as the Viper. In the spirit of its namesake, the F-16 can soar to 50,000 feet. Climbing 30,000 feet per minute, it is capable of Mach 2 or 1,500 miles per hour and maneuvers at 9 times the force of gravity. From our fabled past to today's ambassadors in blue, we seek to be the best of the best in our critical mission. Recruit, retain, and inspire the long blue line of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We are the premier air demonstration squadron of the United States Air Force. We are 130 of the finest airmen together to exhibit the capability and uncontested air dominance of the United States Air Force. Anywhere, anytime. We are the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds, check. 2, 4, 5, 6. Thunderbirds, start 1, ready now. Canopies down, ready now.
team's public affairs officer and today's narrator from Claremont, California. It's great to be here at Nellis, and today I want to tell you about the Thunderbird mission, a demonstration of teamwork, dedication, and professionalism that mirrors that of your Air Force active duty, Guard, and Reserve personnel deployed around the globe. As our Thunderbirds taxi out to begin today's demonstration, the Thunderbird crew chiefs are already preparing for their recovery. Let's watch as they demonstrate the same level of precision on the ground that you are about to witness in the sky. The Thunderbird team is comprised of proud professionals who are motivated by a passion for service and a commitment to excellence. It all started in 1953 with the F-84 Thunderjet. In just 6 days, the first Thunderbird team crafted a demonstration that would shape the future of military jet demonstration teams for years to come. The Thunderbirds became the first supersonic-capable jet demo team in 1956 with the transition to the F-100 Super Sabre. In the early years, flying at supersonic speeds and creating a sonic boom was an accepted way to begin the demonstration. While supersonic flight is now prohibited, the Thunderbird tradition of showcasing America's frontline fighter aircraft and representing the pride, precision, and professionalism of all of our 695,000 airmen continues today with the current team. With 31 different Air Force career fields, this team is a diverse group of exceptional airmen from all across this great nation who have committed to a mission greater than themselves. Each Thunderbird is filled with an intense passion, a sense of pride and purpose that represents the agile combat capability of your United States Air Force. Thunderbirds have been showing Americans what our Air Force can do for over the past 72 years. Since 1953, not a single demonstration has been canceled due to a maintenance problem. Please join me in thanking the true heroes of our team and of the United States Air Force, our maintenance and support professionals. Right now, the pilots pilots are completing some pre-flight checks at the end of the runway, and once they're ready, they'll take to the skies. Soon you will hear Thunderbird 1 command the pilots to run up their engines as they accelerate down the runway from your right to your left. Following the diamond takeoff, our solo pilots will perform the mayhem takeoff. Thunderbird 6 will take off in maximum afterburner from your right to your left and execute an immediate 360-degree aileron roll at low altitude. Thunderbird 5 will then take off from your left to your right, immediately pull 60 degrees into the vertical and perform a split S, reversing his direction while still over the runway. Hang tight while we get ready to bring you the thunder.
1 is ready for takeoff. Runway 3 left.
Boss, winds 360 at 6, gust 18. You're clear for takeoff. Runway 03 left. It's showtime!
Thunderbird 1 is clear for takeoff. Runway 3 left. Thunderbirds, let's run them up. Standby smoke. Smoker ready now. Smoker ready now. Thunderbirds, race ready now. Burners now.
in blue open with a tribute to the greatest nation on earth, America's own, your 2025 United States Air Force Air Demonstration Squadron from Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas, Nevada, the Thunderbirds! The first solo pilot made their debut on the Thunderbirds, and in 1962, the opposing solo was added. Now check 6 and welcome our current solo pilots, Thunderbird 5 and Thunderbird 6, as they approach from behind and overhead to execute the ever-inspiring crossover break. ready for a picture of formation flying at its finest, as the diamond is approaching from the right at a mere 18 inches apart from wingtip to canopy for your 2025 Diamond Pass in review. From your left is Thunderbird 5, displays a historic emblem on the bottom of his aircraft with a knife edge pass. The original Thunderbird Diamond was led by Major Dick Catledge with twin captains Buck and Bill Patillo as wingman and Captain Kanaga as the slot. Now look ahead, and on your left as the current Thunderbird Diamond maintains precise formation position in the diamond roll. For you today, we are proud to represent America's Air Force. We are the most lethal Air Force on the planet. Now look back to the right and find Thunderbirds 5 and 6 teamed up this time to create a mirror image in their trademark Calypso Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, the diamond is approaching from over your left shoulder in the tight echelon formation. Watch as 1 becomes 3 with the echelon pass in review. Thunderbird 6 sneaking up on you with the sound of freedom. Now, from your left, the slow roll. Inbound from the right, Major Scholl will demonstrate the extraordinary roll performance of the F-16 with 4 consecutive aileron rolls at low altitude. The Diamond is now approaching from the right. This is a rare opportunity to go inside the cockpit as Thunderbird 1 commands the 3 Diamond pilots to perform simultaneous aileron rolls in close formation.
Smoke off, ready now, and roll.
From your right, Major Downey, and from your left, Major Scholl, inbound for show center at a closing speed of over 1,000 miles per hour. Before passing, they'll bank sharply, narrowly avoiding each other for the opposing knife edge pass. Approaching ahead and on your left, the Thunderbirds are in the challenging trail formation, with each wingman flying just a few feet from the aircraft in front of them. On command, watch as they smoothly transition back to the Thunderbird Diamond. Our 2 solo pilots have positioned themselves on opposite ends of the show line to cross at show center for the inverted pass. A difficult maneuver made even more challenging since Thunderbird 5 is approaching upside down. Approaching from directly in front, Thunderbirds 1 through 3 will pull straight up into the vertical and trail formation. Emerging from the smoke, you will see the Thunderbirds have skillfully transformed back into the Thunderbird Diamond. While the maneuvers you are watching today are in tight formation and at low altitude, they require the same level of concentration and discipline that every Air Force pilot must employ. Whether flying combat missions over hostile territory or flying in support of humanitarian efforts in adverse conditions. Now watch as Thunderbird 5 completes his rejoin with the Diamond to perform the low bomb burst. Thunderbird 5 with one more surprise as he approached supersonic speeds. And while supersonic speeds are critical in chasing down the enemy, slow speed handling is just as important in aerial combat. From the right, find Major Shoal, low and slow. As Thunderbird 5 rejoins with the diamond to the right as this familiar formation approaches to perform the 4-card loop. Watch as Major Shoal demonstrates the exceptional climbing performance of the F-16 as she climbs 3 miles straight up. gentlemen, the Thunderbirds would like to dedicate this next pass to all the families here today whose loved ones are deployed around the globe in the defense of our freedoms. Now watch from the left as Thunderbird 6 Major Shoal demonstrates the raw power and tight turn performance of the F-16 with a maximum performance turn. Shoulder to the right for precision flying under G and feel the power of the Diamond Burner 360. As our two solo pilots, Thunderbirds 5 and 6, rejoin with the Thunderbird formation to form the wedge, we'd like to take a moment to honor those veterans in the crowd today, whose service and sacrifice have given us the freedoms we so greatly cherish. Lieutenant Colonel Malafa will now reposition the wedge formation for the wedge roll. As you take time to watch the precision required to maneuver 5 F-16s as one formation, let that serve as a reminder of not just the teamwork, but also the dedication and commitment that makes our team and the United States Air Force the most capable and credible force on the planet. Soars above, we are proud to represent the 68,000 airmen who are deployed around the globe. While our airmen, guardians, soldiers, sailors, coasties, and Marines risk their lives every day to fight for democracy, it is the families that stay behind who are the silent heroes of our military. Their sacrifices do not go unrecognized, and we thank every mom, dad, wife, husband, son, and daughter who support their deployed military member each day while they fight to keep our country the land of the free and the home of the brave. Now, from your right, watch the formation of 5 F-16s precisely maneuver, showcasing teamwork at its finest for the wedge formation loop. Repositions for the wedge burst. The flying skill and grace you see evolves from over 72 years of technical training and over thousands of hours of practice and employment. Every airman who wears the Thunderbird uniform is a military member first, highly trained in a professional Air Force skill. As airmen first, Thunderbirds use years of on-the-job training to provide consistent and credible global vigilance, global reach, and global power, giving a critical edge to today's joint warfighting and coalition teams. Wherever they have been before and wherever they go after their time on the team, Thunderbirds are airmen first and airmen always, faithfully and professionally representing their brothers and sisters in arms, who are providing unrivaled air, space, and cyber dominance around the globe. Now, approaching from directly in front, your 2025 Thunderbirds and the inspirational Delta Burst. 2 solo pilots are approaching for their final high-speed head-on pass. As they cross at show center, watch for them to bank sharply, then reverse course in a split S to cross again with a knife edge pass. Let's go inside the cockpit and listen.
South is at 150. Solo, steady, hit it. Top 6 to 1, 310. 5 up top, 6, 7, 320. 5, drop the line. Gotcha, 5. Solo, steady, hit it. Roll out. And pull.
Ladies and gentlemen, no other maneuver is more closely associated with the Thunderbirds than the one you are about to see. Look to your left as the Diamond approaches to perform the high bomb burst. Thunderbirds, prepare to land. We hope you have found today's performance inspirational. It is the culmination of hundreds of hours of training and preparation, representing the unparalleled devotion to duty of every combat airman in your Air Force. We encourage those young people in the audience today to dream big, choose integrity, to serve their communities and families, and surround themselves with excellence. Come into land, we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the United States military and the Air Force. It has been our great honor to represent America's airmen with our performance today. The Thunderbird officers and enlisted representatives are planning on coming forward to sign some autographs and talk about the great opportunities that exist in today's Air Force. This will take place along the crowd line directly in front of the jets. We hope you'll stick around, give us the opportunity to meet you, sign some autographs, take some selfies, and let us answer any questions you may have about serving this great nation. Please visit us at airforce.com/Thunderbirds or follow us on social media at AF Thunderbirds. And now, I'd like to take some time to recognize some of the men and women who made it happen. It is my pleasure to introduce you to an important group that represents all of our Thunderbird enlisted professionals. In the center is our line chief from Locust Grove, Georgia, Technical Sergeant Peyton Purcell. Crew Chief, Thunderbird 1 from Forest Falls, California, Staff Sergeant Ian Hauser. Assistant Crew Chief, Thunderbird 1 from Sidra, Puerto Rico, Staff Sergeant Jonathan Torres-Zayas. Crew Chief, Thunderbird 2 from Bolivar, Ohio, Staff Sergeant Tiffany Mosier. Assistant Crew Chief, Thunderbird 2 from El Paso, Texas, Staff Sergeant Ureli Vega. Crew Chief, Thunderbird 4 from Peoria, Illinois, Senior Airman William Domnick. Assistant Crew Chief, Thunderbird 4 from Garden Grove, California, Staff Sergeant Eloy Lycona. Crew Chief, Thunderbird 5 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Staff Sergeant Aaliyah Wyrick. Assistant Crew Chief, Thunderbird 5 from Charlotte, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Jordan Hutcherson. Crew Chief, Thunderbird 6 from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Staff Sergeant Elquan Harris. Assistant Crew Chief, Thunderbird 6 from Fresno, California, Staff Sergeant Alfonso De La Torre.
Just absolutely incredible, Dan. The hometown team on their hometown turf.
Home run.
Yeah, you can't get better than that. That's it. That's the pinnacle. That's lethality. That's readiness. That's the show of the century right there. The U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds here at Aviation Nation 2025. What'd you think, Dan?
That was great. I mean, that's what the crowd comes for. It culminates a great day of flying here in Las Vegas, day one of this air show. But, you know, just how precise they are with every single thing they do, whether it's on the ground or in the air, you know we're going to win the next war.
Absolutely. That Calypso pass, you know, where they're being the mirror image of each other, and you've got one upside down and one flying straight. I mean, just... It gives me goosebumps every time I see it, and it doesn't matter how many times you've seen it. Everybody watches jets when they go by, and especially when they're Air Force Thunderbirds.
And how many times did they sneaky get you?
Listen, today I did not get got, but yesterday during practice day, you know, you coming around with that sneak pass, and I pride myself on not getting caught by the sneak pass, but they got me yesterday. But
I only got one today. So.
It's just been a great day, full of amazing guests, amazing shows, the static displays here today, everything at Aviation Nation. The weather, the winds have even died down, and so we're looking forward to doing it again tomorrow, running it back for day 2 of Aviation Nation. We're going to start the show here at 10:45, but just as a reminder, the gates are going to open up at 10, so head on out to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Parking free, admission free. You cannot get a better show for that price here in Las Vegas.
I like free. So we hope that you will make your plans to join us then. That's going to wrap up our coverage here from day 1 of this 2025 Aviation Nation Air Show. For my partner, Senior Master Sergeant Caitlin Jones-Martin, and our entire second audio-visual squadron crew, who's provided the fantastic sights and sounds all day long, I'm Dan Hawkins. Enjoy this package of highlights from day 1. So long, good night from Las Vegas.